Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Italian Kazuki stream. It has been a while, like 9 days, I think 10 days. Oh, good Lord, I can hear myself. Fuck off, Katie. You'll all get to listen to me. I don't need to listen to myself. Anyway, we're here. That's actually probably the most I can say right now. We are consuming a coffee. I have a whole story behind this that is insane. But we're here. Alright, so we're working on the Wabana backpacks today. I just realized I need to fucking post the link to the streams on my Instagram. I was like dawdling a little bit. I was like, wait, I wanted to like do some dippy cookies for my snack. So I grabbed dippy cookies and we're drinking the coffee. Anyway, let me post this. So I am later in the week. I know I'm supposed to be on earlier in the week. But what I did instead is I actually did work on getting a lot of the studio tidied up. Is it perfect? No. Is it far better? 100%. Like, I actually have room behind me. So I got rid of the towering tote bag tower. Or towering tote tower. Yeah. The looming tote bag tower. Anyway, and I didn't get rid of them, but they're like in a tote now. So all the like pieces are contained or mostly contained. I made sure the kato were the same. It's like, and I gathered up all the minis and the small box bags and like all the whips that kind of like dispersed throughout this area that I'm supposed to be working in have been like contained. I resorted a bunch of older projects into what, like, am I going to like repurpose them, or are we just going to try to like sample sale them, or what? I also tidied up behind like the chair with the desk that's eventually going to be the picking table. I put all the fabrics back out on the shelf, which I will go into in a moment, because it is important. And so just all of that. Okay, links posted. I am waiting for a phone call back, so I do have my phone on silent, but off of like work focus, so I might have to go when I actually do get that phone call. Anyway, so I have been talking about the fact that I have been in a bit of a funk, or more than a bit of a funk, since like May. And like weird things happening with my period and stuff like that. So I went to my doctor and I got everything tested, and like also had hit the point of like, okay, I need to actually go for a depression assessment, because I did a self-assessment online, which is essentially what they do in the doctor's office. If you need any, or if you suspect that you may be depressed but you don't want to approach a doctor because like for whatever reason, I'm not going to judge. It's tough. Mental health is so fucking tough. I use the BC website, like BC Helps or something. And that means British Columbia. So you literally, it's an online test. You can search it and all of that. And that I had done that at the beginning of this because I was like, well, this is like burnout that smells like depression is always how I call it, because it's like usually it's burnout. But it lasted too long, and I was like having a really hard time getting myself motivated, and like I'm not really finding a lot of joy in a lot of stuff right now. It's my iron. Fucking iron. Literally, I talked to her on Monday, my doctor. I started iron Monday night, and it's like fucking night and day already. Am I 100%? No. I did still do the assessment, but it's like I'm at a I was making the joke of like 2/3 depressed, because it's like I'm still scoring quite high, but I'm not scoring like super depressed either. Basically moderate is where I'm at right now. But yeah, so if you're feeling down and you're like, well, it's like a bunch of other things, make sure to get your iron tested, especially as a woman. So it's not my actual iron that is low. When you look at the test results, it's what's called ferritin iron. I don't know the difference, and I don't really care. I have previously supplemented for low iron, but this is the first time I've been on a prescription supplement. And yeah, we're chugging along right now. I've already regained a lot of my energy, all of that. I am not running right now, just to like give myself a little bit, honestly, to give myself a bit of a mental break, and to give my body a little bit of a recovery time from this as well. Now, I do have to start training here on like August 2nd or something like that, so pretty soon, but like not right away, which is good, to be honest. But yes, so much better already. And I think if I were to redo that assessment like in a few weeks, honestly, I'd probably be even like less prone to answer a lot of those questions in like the negative. I don't know what you would call that, but mental health is important. However, physical health is also extremely important. They go hand in hand, because shockingly, your brain lives in your body. Who would have thought? Yeah, and now that I think about it, it's like I was suffering from like dizzy spells. I had a really bad dizzy spell last week when Dallas was home. Like, checked my blood, checked my blood pressure, checked my pulse, like, and all of that was coming out good. And I'm like, oh, it's the iron. Yay. Ugh, anyway, so much response. These bodies of ours take so much work to maintain. I wish they were just a little bit more like ticking along. Now, and the other fair point of this is that the doctor did bring up is she's like, you're also diabetic, and we don't actually know. Like, it's an odd, like, the diabetes is decently well controlled right now, which also did not help the mental health, because usually it's a lot easier. But it's like, it's an autoimmune disorder, so we don't know where else it's actually impacting right now. So my doctor's awesome. And yeah, so I think we are going to start a new medication. I think I'm going to go chat to her anyway about getting onto Ozempic. Honestly, having a once a week shot would be fucking amazing. And realistically, also not the worst thing if I were to actually lose a little bit of weight as well. So that would not be the main goal of it. The main goal of it would be to just like chill out the diabetes, because it has been so easy to control for so long, and just recently it's become more taxing to take care of it. So we'll see. Flynn, that's not yours. Hey, come here. You can have this. This is yours. Come here. Yeah, there's some fabric for you. Don't scratch my boxes, please. Yes, I know. My goodness, hey? Okay. I did make sure that, I thought that I had all the zippers and everything right here too. Wild. Okay. So today, now that we're through the personal business, today we're working on the Wabana backpack by Hammerstich Designs. This is something that I've been wanting to work on for the past few weeks and just didn't end up having time for. Surprise! But, oh, I think that is actually the zipper for up here. No, that's the silver one. Okay, I went over and cut a zipper for this earlier. Where did it go? Fuck me. There it is. Oh, there's like 2 under here. Okay, I think one's too short though. Okay, yeah, this third one's too short. It's probably a zip for one of the obi bags eventually. Okay. Push those back a little bit. Yeah, I've moved stuff around, so I'm just like getting used to where everything's placed again. Why I'm actually grabbing the zippers is not that we're going to sew with them right now, but I wanted to see what color. I couldn't remember if I'd selected gold for both of these bags or not, because I think with these exteriors, gold is going to be the way to go. So we're doing a cat bread bag and a coffee bag, and I think gold is the way to go for both of them. I just realized that the hardware for the straps is like nickel, silver. Oh well, it's okay. They're in 2 different places. Flynn is bird hunting. Not actually bird hunting, he's staying in the window. He'll probably start chattering at the bird here soon. Alright, so first things first, these need to be put through here. And then we sew the flap, and then I think the next step is that we put the zipper tab onto the zipper and we start assembling the bag. This is one of those bags where the majority of the work is in the prep. There's a lot of sewing as well, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as much. Okay, so first step. And then we're not adding fusible because we've got waxed canvas. She wants me to stitch the end of the thing together, but we're not going to stitch the end of the thing together because it's just going to be sewn in the bag. I will probably baste it onto here though. All right. Sure. Back time. The nice thing about the wax canvas is it's extremely easy to mark the center line, which means that on this it should be pretty easy to also center it, mostly. Now, are there like marker things on the pattern? 100%. Am I using them? Hell no. Okay, it's supposed to come out about a 1/2 inch. So we'll just do that, and then this goes on top here. Same here. No, I don't think there's really a right and wrong side to the wax canvas, so we're just going to go for it here. Go. I'm like, oh no, these have to be a specific way, but no, they're swivel snap hooks, so we're fine. Oh, I was a bit cranky and it's turning, but you know. There. By the way, if you're like, Kitty, you're ignoring my chats, I am sorry. I am not actually specifically ignoring your chats. However, all my instructions are like in front of my my chat windows. So blame it on the backpack. And to be blunt, honestly, most of the time the chat in like the Twitch, which is the main one that's covered, is spam. So there we go. Tell them the truths. All right. Now go in and sew these two together. Now we are making 2 backpacks at once. Typically I'll do 1 to 2 for samples just to make sure that I'm like doing what I want, or it's working out the way I want it to. So I don't know why I like chose to do 2 backpacks, but you know, that's what popped into my head. That was the right number. And if all goes well, then we will put them more into production for vibrations. Now there are a couple other things to experiment with for vibrations. I want to try and get the Stitch and Go case done, as well as the magic little like wide open pouch, zip and grip. That would be good as well. So we'll see what happens here. Also, thank you to everyone who came out to Omatsuri. Thank you so much for your continued support at that event. I was able to participate in the evening event, which was really awesome. And then obviously in the Saturday day event as well. Hilariously enough, Saturday was Dallas and my wedding anniversary, so we went out for dinner afterwards. But yeah, it was good. I could have, as always, had more mini traveler slings. They were super popular, but that's all right. We got done what we got done. I think that, well, okay. Honestly, I only had 4 left that I actually had full pieces for, so I'll take it. Or like 4 left to sew. There wasn't like actually hundreds left to sew or anything. I do have a whole bin of fabrics that I have now like relegated to becoming mini traveler slings, so we'll work through that bin I think over the next little bit here. And then yeah, this weekend or this week, so back up a little bit there, youngest ended up having a fever last week. Absolutely cooked for like 3 nights. Not so much during the day, although they were like lethargic and stuff. So Dallas was home, he was able to hang out with them, and eldest as well. And then perked right back up basically for the weekend, which was awesome. They went and did some stuff. They came down and visited me at Omatsuri, which is cool because they're able to see the Mikoshi, which is the like portable shrine that gets carried around for parades and festivals and such. So they came down and did that. And then Monday rolls around and they have a rash. It's like, ah, shit. And the way it looked is again, we have a significant number of measles cases in Alberta right now. We are fully vaxxed. But of course, if you don't have herd immunity, or if you like have a bunch of unvaxxed people, you have the opportunity to have like a breakout case. So that was actually the concern, because fever, they weren't showing a lot like any of the other signs, but I figured it was just worth checking, because honestly with the breakout case, you may not have all the typical symptoms. It was not measles or chicken pox, thank fuck. It was rosalia. So youngest got to stay home for a few more days after we were well, they stayed at home Tuesday, and I think I kept them back Wednesday. I can't remember. Basically, I just waited for the hives to clear up, because it's not that the doctor was concerned. They weren't contagious, but the doctor was more concerned that they would get a secondary infection, so like an upper respiratory or something, and their immune system would just be like, no. And basically my children got called that, or the doctor is like, yeah, your children have like hyperactive immune systems, so if they get anything, they just go at it. And I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Or also because, and I think this is partly because of COVID, which we had when they were younger, is that they are more prone to pneumonia and stuff like that. So, yay. hopefully that's something that they outgrow a little bit. Would make sense that they do outgrow it a little bit because small lungs, right? So, all right, we are into top stitching the flippity flaps. So anyway, so I worked on basically just getting the studio tidied up with over the last few days. That's why I haven't been online sewing. And recovery for like mentally with just everything going on, and trying to get this iron into my system so that I'm not so exhausted. I can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel with that stuff, so you'll probably start seeing me back online in the evenings within the next like couple of weeks. We do have Knit City breathing down our necks, so there's stuff to get finished there. Part of the tidy up for the studio is I finally decided that I wanted the fabric out of the boxes that I had it in since we moved the studio around in February. They were in the boxes on the calyx because I was like, well, I don't want them to fade. What I'm going to do is, actually I found a curtain from IKEA fully packaged at Goodwill the other day, so I was like, all right, there we go. Well, I've got like little command hook Velcro things because it's like, well, if I don't like it, then I can take it down. And we'll take it off to like actually shop the fabric for when we're doing bags and such. But yeah, it was eye-opening because I was like, oh, we're gonna focus on like kimono and obi when we go to Japan because like I've got lots of cotton. I don't have lots of cotton. Well, I have enough probably for another show push, but it's like I definitely I wasn't as overzealous, or well, the business is, knock on wood, thank you, like increased enough that like what previously would have been overzealous is definitely no longer overzealous. Yay, I love it. So yeah, so it's like, okay, before I was gonna do like, I don't know, 60-40, 75-25, but now I'm kind of looking at it and I'm like, no, we're gonna have to buy more new fabrics, I guess. So thank you, I appreciate that so much. Because honestly, what I want to do still before Knit City is I want to get through the rest of these Kato and the totes, and then I really do think we should go in and do another cut session for probably for everything. I definitely want to do more minis, and because we haven't had the minis out at Knit City. We also have not had the traveler, like the mini traveler slings or the traveler slings. Neither of those have gone out to Vancouver. These both need rivets, but we'll do that after we're done the sewing because I don't feel like getting up right now. Laziness, that's why. Okay, but there's the flaps done. Now we have to prepare the zipper. Okay, for this step you'll need the zipper tape, 2 zipper pulls. Yeah, we will put the zipper on later. By the way, I do still have the Kato for Wendy to finish, but we will wait until she is online because obviously we want her to be able to witness the occasion. But yeah, they're sitting right here, just chilling, behaving themselves. So then we'll go in and we'll make the leather straps and everything like that afterwards as well. I do have a whole stack of needle stashers to finish up. I just placed a massive order for cat paw scissors because we are already close to the numbers of what I sold last year. I do have more zipper pulls on the way because that was one of the things that I was noticing. Speaking of which, we need 4 of these guys. Yeah, I was noticing a few things that were like slowly disappearing. I still need to do an order for some D-rings and etc. But the website was acting really weird last night, so I've got to I'll have to do that separate or something. I don't know. Alright. Okay, so the raw edges meet in the middle, like this. And then what it does is we go over. Wait, no. Okay, we center it here. Right now I am listening to Shield of Sparrows, in part because a couple of the book club ladies that I hang out with or know of have started a podcast, and it was like the first one that they're kind of reading for their podcast. So I'm currently reading that. It's really good. It's actually laugh out loud funny. Just awesome. It's not very often that a book actually makes me laugh out loud, which is wild considering how much I read. But yeah, it's really good. I do have theories, so don't spoil it for me, but I'm pretty sure I can guess a couple of the things. And then what else? Or what's next? We're doing Deep End for our book club in August. I will not be there for that because I will be driving out to Victoria. And then for September is Bewitched and Bespelled, which, by the way, oh my god, someone else needs to read it because holy fuck, is it ever good. Yeah. Come back after you've read them. Did I want to throw these books against the wall? 100%. Did I? No, because they were audiobooks. So throwing my phone against the wall is not very, like, good. Okay. Let's see. So sew along the side edges of the divider. Okay. Okay, cool. So I am going to use a little bit. I'm going to use like a semi top stitch length for this one. Oh, come on. Just realized I have to email someone back. Oh well, I'll email them later. It's all good. Sweet. Turn. I also got some new obi while I was at Omatsuri. Found the kimono seller in Calgary. It was like, they were spectacular. They're a little bit more than I would normally pay, but obviously I wouldn't be able to find them in Japan anymore because she has them here. So, and I was also kind of looking at the color palette that we've got going on right now. I'm like, ooh, we're like lacking some like vibrancy. So that was like my sole purchase at Omatsuri this year. That's okay. It's all good. All right, so there's that. And then we have to put the zip pulls on afterwards. I'd love to know where my seam roller went. Like, I had that seam roller for the longest time, and now it's just like hiding on me. This is a little bit thicker fabric, so it should be easier in theory to get this good, but would help if I actually had the full zipper on the table too. Kids and I went out and actually saw the book club ladies because our bookshop is doing like happy hours Thursday through Saturday. So they got like a special cocktail and like the last little while it's been sales on books, but last night they actually had a whole like vintage pop-up, which is super cute. Yeah, and so we went and had some beverages after school yesterday. Kids did really well. I had been like, this bookstore has a really nice like kids book nook area, but it was covered up by sellers last night. I'm like, damn it. I'd like bribe them with like, we're going to the bookstore and you can like go play in the nook and I can hang out with these people. And then they were not able to do that. I'm like, damn it, I'm sorry. Next time, because there will be a next time. So But yeah, they did actually really well. We ended up hanging out for like 2 hours, and they were like, they hit done probably about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but they did really fucking good. So I'm not going to complain about it. All right. I'm going to throw the zip pulls on. I feel like, couldn't you use your jig? Yes, but I don't feel like pulling it out for 4 zip pulls. Listen to those be the famous last words, but you know, we'll try without it first. By the way, I 100% sewed the straps and side things the other day, and then I was like looking for them today, and they were gone. One of them, only one out of 4 was gone. I'm like, where the fuck did it go? I know I sewed it the other day. Because I was like, for Friday of Omatsuri, I was like, oh, I'll do a little bit of work on stuff that like, or Thursday or something. I don't know. One of these days recently, I was like, I'm going to like work on something fun for a little bit. But that's all I got done. And I knew that I got it done. Fine, the zipper jig's coming out. Anyway, everything's kind of gathered back into its like piles. I think the big thing we're going to work on next week is going to be tote bags. Now, the whole point of next week is that we are going to hang out with our children for a good chunk of the days. Hopefully. But, okay, this does need to be... deal with it. She just leaves it in. I don't like that. Okay. So I think what I gotta do is I gotta just trim. Okay. How is this going in? Just naturally. Because it's like. So what's happening is that there's a little burble of. There. Perfect. Never mind. We're good. Anyway, there was a little burble of like excess zipper at the other end. And so typically what is suggested is that you trim them down by 1/4 inch. But that last time I was able to just match it up perfectly. Anyway, nope. There we go. Excellent. Okay, so that's like the front zippers for the pockets that are going to go in the front. The nice thing about this is that I will actually have a timeline for how long it takes to make 2 of these, which, like, as much as, yes, it takes extra time to make 2 for the test sews, it does actually give me a more accurate time for me to, like, judge it on, considering that we're doing production sewing as it is. So, so yeah, right now we're working towards Vibrations in Victoria for August. And then everything all year, of course, is in service of the Great Big Dragon Show of Knit City, Vancouver. Which is why I'm never like, yes, I want to have really good sales throughout the year, but it's like, well, if I have stock left over, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Although still, come sell me out at Victoria. I would appreciate it. Okay, you'll need front zipper panels A. Oh, shit. Now, so this is where it's going to become a lot of scrolling back and forth. Ooh, 1 new subscriber this week. Okay, I'm actually going to... Okay, I'm going to print the first 2 pages because it actually has the like, yeah, the cut pages, because it will have the information for stuff. I don't need I don't need the cutting directions, but what I need from it is I need the panel, the measurements. There, them's the words. Sure, let's go get them, because yeah, now we're at the point of like, you need these pieces, and I'm like, what pieces? I think I know what I'm supposed to be going for, but you know, let's just make this easy. Why do I need to put extra thought into it? So up the stairs I go. Hello? Alrighty, so here is the cut sheets. That was not the phone call I was waiting for. Okay, so A, G, and H, which I think is this one. A, no, that's too large. Did I actually cut these too big? I think I cut them too large. What the fuck? Okay, that's the right size. It's the right size, it's just a little bit too tall, I guess. The hell? Why is it like, it's like a 1/4 inch too tall? Interesting. Okay. Front zipper panels. A, G, which I think is this one. G. Okay, so next time I'm going to do the whole letter thing that a lot of the times is recommended. Just so we have everything. Okay. And H. Okay, A, G, and H. Place the zipper right side up along the top. Okay. Edge of the zipper lining and baste in place. Okay, place one zipper panel A, right side. Okay, so make a zipper sandwich. Cool, I can do that. Sure. Zipper sandwich. We'll make sure that this is centered. That's one of the big things. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm gonna just go look at the actual picture of this to make sure I know what I'm doing. Okay, I see what I'm doing. Okay. Because basically what we're doing is we're doing a top panel and a bottom panel. Okay. place the zipper right side. Panel. G. Which is the smaller of the two. Okay. All right. And then is this actually the right height? Wild. All right. Okay, so this has to go right side up on this panel. All of this makes sense. All of this makes sense. I-ho the dairy-o. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. In the end, I-ho the dairy-o. It all makes sense. It'll all make sense. It'll all make sense. I-ho the dairy-o. It'll all make sense. Make sure this is the right way. Make sure this is the right way. Hi-ho the dairy-o. Make sure it's the right way. Doom-doom-da-doo. Nearly didn't. Hi-ho the dairy-o. I nearly didn't. Okay. I'm gonna put this. So when it flips, yeah, we want it this way because then cat bread. There's a set of cat breads that face up, 2 face up on one, and only one faces up if I put it the other way. So we're gonna put it so that the 2 that'll face up are going to face up. Okay, now a 2.5 millimeter stitch length. What am I supposed to stitch this at? Okay, I'm just gonna assume that I'm supposed to kind of go along the fusible fleece that is here. Because they all have fusible fleece, yeah, okay. Okay. Could have also done the other one, but we'll just make sure that I'm like in the right spot right now. Okay, so there's the zip. There's the zip. Okay, so this is the down portion right now. And then we're going to take the other. The fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're going to take the other piece. It's going to go up here, and this will be the top portion of the backpack, basically. Yeah, that's a more satisfying layout. I don't know why, but it is. Okay, line the zipper tape with the top of the pocket backing and baste in place. Top edges all through the press A away. The panel should be 12 inches tall and may be necessary. Baste around the side and bottom edges to enclose the pocket. Okay. There's no top stitching? Wait, what? Oh yeah, press A and G away from the zipper and top stitch. Okay. Top stitch this first. It's actually like very nicely, I don't know, it feels good so far. I like this so far. Obviously this isn't necessarily a true indication of how much time this is going to take us because high learning curves for the pattern, but so far I'm really liking how this is turning out. Okay, we'll do this one first, and then I will go in and I will actually do the coffee one next. Just so that we can get two finished around about the same time. In this case, I'm just lining everything up based on what's currently sewn, because that makes more sense. Back underneath. Hi, over there, you back underneath. That's a better seam line. That's a better seam line. Hi, over there, you a better seam line. Okay. And then, am I supposed to, I think this probably is also supposed to be top stitched, or maybe top stitched later. Press A and top stitch. Okay. So yeah, so press this away from the seam. Oh, it's looking so good already. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Okay, leave it down. Zip that out of the way. No! Of course I ran out of thread right towards the end. Or right at the beginning. Not even the end. Or the bobbin snarled. Let's see. Let's do some detective work on what this actually did. Who knows? Who knows right now? Oh, ran out. Okay. I have to throw the black thread back on to wind more bobbins. I was not planning on doing black thread sewing today, but you know, I don't know why not, since I was like so focused on actually sewing the backpacks today, and I knew they were both dark stitched backpacks. So here we are. Who knows? My brain is an enigma some days. All right. Black. I have more button pieces on their way to me because I'm actually nearly out of buttons. I've also got some more acrylic keychains, and some fridge magnets finally. Super excited about the fridge magnets. I don't know why, but I feel like they're going to be fucking adorable, so that's probably why. Sweet. Okay. I'm going to start winding the black thread bobbin. If you're like, Katie, why do you always announce this? In part because then I remember that I'm winding it. Or to start winding it, because I haven't done it often, but there have been times where it's like I haven't started winding it and it's like, damn it, I need that. So stating it out loud ensures that I am actually doing it. All right, so there is basically the majority of the front portion of the cat bread one ready to go. Sweet, love it. Interesting. Okay, we'll see if that changes next time on this next one. Wait. Oh, right, and then it wants me to baste it. Okay, so we'll baste it together. extremely long seam because it is just basting. Although I do understand why we're doing it, because it does help just keep everything in line. Oh shoot, I was supposed to check the height of this. Okay, the zipper should be trimmed down as well. Height of it should be 12 inches. It does say that it might need to be trimmed, which it does, just very slightly. All right, so let's trim down the zips first. Just because high, that'll be better. There we go. Get out of here. Okay. 12 inches tall. It may be necessary to trim the bottom. All right. Which, yes, it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half so that we can just sit at the table and trim it, hopefully. There we go. Actually, no. We'll sew them both, and then I'll throw them on the cutting table, and we'll just do a quick zip zip with the zippity zip zips that we need to. Oh, yeah, that is supposed to have a... Okay, so H was... I totally missed a piece. The larger piece is supposed to go on top. Of course, okay. Which makes sense. Because I was like, well, this is a bare zipper in here, and that's weird. That's because... Okay, so... Seam ripping. Seam ripping. I'm just taking out the top stitch. I'm not going to take out the actual seam. We'll go back in and just sew the pocket backing on, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we will. I doubt it, though. Okay, so next time, I don't actually, and even for the coffee one, I think we'll take the, we won't do it with zipper pulls on because, honest to God, they get in the way too much. So. Concentrating on seam ripping, seam ripping, seam ripping. Concentrating on my seam ripping as best as I can. Da da da. Da da da. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back in with the other piece like we were supposed to at the beginning and sew it in as well. Okay. Good and good. Not at a like basting stitch length, at the correct stitch length here. Okay, I can feel those zipper pulls, so we're going to actually move those zipper pulls out of the way as best we can. Now with this one, we'll move it back. So that's not in the way. Move it, move it, move it, move it, move it. There we go. Okay. There you go. All right. Now we'll go back in the top stitch. Okay. Mr. Bean Life. All right. So yeah, so definitely want to put these like zipper pulls on after I like have stitched everything together. Yeah, broke my bobbin thread, of course. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so trim it down, trim it down, trim it down. That makes way more fucking sense. So now we got lining on both top and bottom. I was extremely confused why I didn't have a lining on the top. I was like, what is going on? Why is it going on? Okay, so then what we had to do afterwards is we have to trim it down a little bit across the bottom. It does say that it needs to be in specific measurements, but we're going to do that once I have both of the pieces sewn, which will be here in a minute. So now we're going to do the coffee. We'll also take the... Does the drawstring channel actually have like interfacing and foam on it? No? What is that supposed to be? Huh. Top band. Oh, okay, that is the top band. Okay. And then did I not have... Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, apparently. Holy. Confusion at the sewing table. Okay, I need my other zipper. Did it fall off the back? Oh, no. It's down here, though. Oh, okay, the one issue being that now, because I've put the zipper in, of course, it's like, nope. Okay, so both the top and bottom are the same size, and then the zipper pocket backing is the one that goes on top. Yes. Okay. Okay, so this piece is going to go up here, and this piece is going to go like this. Okay, so next time, don't put the zipper pulls on until we are finished the front construction, because they're just a pain in the butt. Okay, so there's that bobber. That bobber. Okay, and then this is the piece that goes across the bottom. Basically, I'm just aligning it with the current piece because I may as well just align it with the piece that we're working with. Then those are the pieces that go up top. Okay, so now I'm going to flip it. Don't ask me why. I'm just going to make sure that that's aligned as best as I can get it. Sheet. Okay, there we go. And then we'll go in and sew it as best we can. And okay, we're gonna, this is on top stitching length. Oh, that's how I can fix this. Just pop that completely out. We're just gonna actually cut this right now because part of this is we're going to just, there we go. And then I'll turn this down to construction length is what has to happen. And we won't do any top stitching until we have both sides of the zipper installed and ready to go here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Then we finger press everything down. Oh, it's looking good. Oh, so simple and so good. Okay. All right. 1 piece, 2 piece. Line everything up with each other. Yeah, it'll be easier if I just don't have the zipper pulls on them. Fuck. Okay, close them back up, Katie. Oh yeah, that's how we do. And then we'll zip them out after we start sewing. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense now. Okay, where are we at? An hour and a quarter so far. That's not too bad for 2 bags so far. And learning curve. So like, as much as it's an hour and a quarter for 2 right now, a lot of that was dicking around to get the get everything settled. So yeah. Go. Zip pull this way. Ta-da! All right, now the top stitching for this. And then I'll throw it up on the cutting table and we'll just do the trim down that we need to do, whatever we need to do, if we need to do it. Oh, it looks so good so far. What the heck? These two just look so good. All right, so we'll measure these up. I'll trim it down, and then we will baste them. And then we go in and we do the rest of the front zipper pocket panel work that we need to do. So the flaps are already done, so there's only like, I don't know, there's only a couple more steps for the actual fronts, which is fucking actually really fast for a backpack, I personally think. Alrighty, so that's your line right there, and there's your square up line there, I think. Yep. Okay, a little bit over, but not too bad. I do like the fact that she just flat out says it's like, you're probably gonna have to trim this down. So that's helpful, because then I'm not freaking out about the fact that it doesn't fit properly. And I am gonna trim down the excess interfacing on this as well, just because it's like annoying me more than anything. Okay, I'm just gonna double check and make sure that, like, that's where we're supposed to trim it. Okay, cool. We're just making sure that it's like properly aligned for what we actually want to do. Okay, so there's the bottom trimmed up. Then I'm gonna square the top up, because it is a little bit of an overhang as well, and it's just gonna make everything like prettier in some ways if I just do that right now too. Because it's not exterior that's overhang, it's interior. There we go, that's better. Okay, and then I'll do the same with the coffee shop. Coffee shop doesn't have any exterior overhang on the top. It's kind of like, what is the top and what is the bottom in this case, to be honest. Okay, actually, I think we're gonna square it up on the one side, and then we're gonna trim it down on the other side. Mostly because the other side's already, there is, like, it's multi-directional at this point. So, until I decide to sew it in the bag, it can go either way. Okay, so there's the square up for the bottom. And now we're going to square up the top, mostly because I can tell that the interior doesn't fully align with the top. So we're just going to trim it down, so hopefully everything comes together nicely. Yeah, well enough. Okay, cool. There's not like any massive overhangs or anything like that. Alrighty, so we're stitched, and now we're going to baste the edge around. Yeah, so technically this is the bottom for this one. So that makes this the bottom for this one then. Fabric is fighting me a little, so I think it's probably a good thing that we're basting it. Interesting. The pockets didn't fully align. Okay. I think there was a little bit of stretch on this one in particular, so that might be part of it, which is wild given that it's like interfaced to all heck. So, okay, so that's the one that's got a little bit more leeway. We're going to go with this as the bottom. Yeah, this coffee shop one is definitely laying better, so that's good. Turn. 100% that laid better. Interesting. Just different fabrics. Okay, we're going to trim this down. Right there, trim it down on this side, right here. There's both the front portions mostly done. Now it's like I need to stitch in the pockets, and then I need the front webbing strap. All right, it's only 2 o'clock. Sweet, lots of time. so first things first, we gotta stitch this down here, aligning with the top stitching that is on the zipper divider here, as best we can at least. This is mostly going to be covered, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Ready and ready. Perfect. And then we're going to go in and do the other pocket division on this guy, which I think is actually going to help it quite a bit. It's struggling a little bit here. Get that out of the way because otherwise it will be 100% in the way. Turn. Turn. Okay. Oh, I totally did that backwards. It's supposed to go the other way. Oh, well. Oh, shoot, because it's supposed to, I see. It's supposed to go over the, actually go over the stitching, and then it's fully divided. That makes sense. Okay. Gives also a little bit extra, like, oomph to all of this. Okay. To be fair, that tabby tab is struggling a little bit there. Okay, there we go. Blended in. We can't even tell. Don't tell anyone. Sound like I broadcasted that information on the internet. Okay. And then the next piece is going to be the webbing front with the D-ring. Yeah, this one gets the D-ring. Oh, is it supposed to actually also have a... Oh, okay. Forgot it was supposed to have a D-ring, and honestly, that does lend into the fact that we might need to get some more supplies here. Oop, nope, not there. Thank you very much. Put my foot down when I shouldn't have. Okay. Back in here. There we go. There we go. Blended. Can't get much better. There we go. There we go. All right. Good. Done. Done enough. Done enough. Done, 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 done enough. And then we're going to go in. Depending on the thickness of it, you may need to fold and stitch the end. Yeah, we're going to have to do it after we do the adjuster. Okay. Place the front strap right side together with the zipper pocket. All right, so in this case, we're not using the wider Yeah, we're using these guys. So now fold one. Front strap. How long was the front strap supposed to be? Okay, so the shorter one is the hanging loop. Okay, so these are the hanging loops. And the front strap is the little bit longer one. Okay. And yeah, we're not going to like go through and put anything on. Okay, because both of those are those. Cool. So oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. This is a different construction from what we normally do, but that's all good. Okay, so this is going to lay here, right in line with everything that we just stitched. Okay, and then we're going to stitch a... Okay, cool. This back to construction length, because that's what we need for this one. Okay, this is in line with the that, and it's going to come up to right there. Go. Okay, turn pivot. Okay, and then this is supposed to be an X. So diagonally we go. And then you go in and turn. And just stitch across again because, hey, high stress point, so may as well. And then we'll go down. There we go. Okay, so there's the first of those put on. And then what's going to happen is it's going to get this, the D-ring, and then it's also going to, this is going to go through and over and down, and then we're going to do a double fold, like so, 1, 2, and then I'm pretty sure that's all it is. And then it's like, oh, okay, no, okay, so it's supposed to be, wait, put the slide on first, okay, slide first, what, should I mean, upside down first, maybe? Huh? What? Oh. Place, feed the end of the front strap over the center bar of the strap adjuster. Okay. And then we're supposed to put the D-ring on. And then fold it. Okay, there we go. Wait. Hi, cat. Hey, don't scratch my chair, ma'am. Really? Is that how it works? Because then, but then it's, what? Oh, okay, that looks wrong. No, that's right. That doesn't feel right, though. I guess it like puts it to the interior, but it doesn't feel right at all. Hello, Neon. I'm actually not on Twitch right now, but I will put your name on the list, my dear. Okay, no, the strap is supposed to like, oh my god. Okay, so it's supposed to go the outside. This is breaking my brain. Are we surprised? I'm not. Okay, so up. It feels like what's supposed to happen is the D-ring is supposed to go here. Right? And then no. Up. Down. D-ring. And then like, and then it's supposed to go through here, but it's, yeah. Brain is broken. Brain is broken. Okay. Ah. 1, 2. Oh, okay. 3, 4, 5. Then, holy shit, did that break my brain. Alright, so that's also a good argument that we will not be using like the cotton or anything like that, because I don't think I could go through this so many times. But there we go. Okay. My brain, 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 brain. Okay, and then we sew this to make it a little like stopper so it doesn't, none of the hardware slips off. Holy shit. The brain power. And this is why, like, as much as these are test sews to figure out timing and stuff like that, it's mostly, I take it very much with a grain of salt of like, okay, is this actually like accurate, or are we like seam ripping and doing shit to everything? So it's also partly why I sew 2 at a time, because at least then I can average it out over 2, because typically one does have like, or like we have issues on different steps for each one sort of thing. It's not like always the same fucking thing. Thank God. Okay. Ha! Pretty. She's cute. I like it. Let's see, make sure. I think that's the last step. Yep, this is the front zipper panel. So that's the last one here. That's all we got to do. Now we'll do the same for this guy, the second one. And then we'll go on to all the other bloody-blahs, which are the bloody-blahs. Where did I? Right there. Right there. Okay, so we're gonna sew the box first, and then we'll put all the hardware on now that we've more or less figured it out. Holy crap. Okay, so we need to go 1.5 inches up, just like that piece of bread. Perfect. And if you're like, this seems like a lot of tacking down, yes, it is, and that's fine. Okay, there we go. Turn it underneath. again. Okay, I should clear out the neck of my machine. That would make all of our lives easier if I did. All right, now we're back in the corner. What we're going to do is we're going to do the X. Ooh, maybe. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Yeah. Trying to convince it like it's sentient. Come on. Come on. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Okay, turn again. Sweet. Okay, so there's the front portion of this done. Now, hopefully this doesn't break my brain as much. So, we go in. Okay. I see why I'm having difficulties. There we go. It is backwards compared to what we normally do, but oh my god, those ones look so fucking good with these. All right. There we go. Okay, that was far faster. Holy shit. Hopefully when we go to do the zipping grip, that's how fast it goes. Because, honest to God, sewing that, like, base into the frickin', like, the interior base to the exterior was where I definitely, like, fucked up. Or got fucked up. Oh, poor brains. And yes, that's brains with a Z. Brains. All right, let's stitch this down. And then we're just going to pop it over here for the edge. Zoom. Now, with my polypro webbing, I always singe the ends, but you know, a couple like 2 rows of stitching is still better than 1 row of stitching in this case. So that's why we're there. Okay, just trim down all these ends that I can. I need to go get some more of the little easy reach disposable lighters, because honestly they were still easier than even the Zippo. So, oh, she's so cute so far. Fucking love it. Yeah. So the idea with the D-ring now is that the snap hook that's on the front with the wax canvas will connect to that and just give it a nice little finish without like a magnetic snap or anything like that. Okay, now the bottom. Wait. Oh shit. Where's the back panels? The back panels need to be this. Okay. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, yeah. That is the right panel, right? Yes. Okay. So, back panels, the bottom panel, and the stabilizer. The foam. The foamy foam. Ooh, what was that? Shit. What was that? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was one of these. Okay. 3. And 4 without bonking my head too bad. Did it. Okay, so there's the foam stabilizer. Okay, that's everything. Okay, fold the bag bottom in half with long sides matching. Okay. This should be the long side. That is the long side. Sweet. Okay, I need to get that and that. Good. Long sides matching. Like that and that. Okay, fold it in half because we're going to box the bottom before we sew it to the top. So I'm going through and trying to make sure that okay, there we go. We square. Yes. Okay, then we need to cut think that's actually the measurement of the small box bag. This is actually... Oh, right, because the small box bag is not that. Okay, where's my big ruler? I actually kept my big ruler, although I took it over right for a trim down for a straight edge. Alrighty. Sure. I don't want this big of a ruler. Do I have a smaller one up there? I definitely have lots of small ones, but it's like whether they're where they're supposed to be or not. Yes, I've got one that works. Sweet. Okay. Okay, so it is in deeper than its height. Okay, so what does that say? It says 2 tall, 2.5 wide. There we go. What I'm going to do, since it's wax canvas, we're just going to draw a line with an awl. There we go. And then one of these actually does get set aside, and we make a drawstring stopper with it. Okay, do tall, 2.5 wide. Sweet. And do the same thing here. Okay, I'm gonna mark these, and then I actually do need to go to the washroom. So we'll do this, and then I'll head out for a few minutes. And then when I return, we should be able to like wrap up on these. Honestly, I think the interiors of these are going to be the less time-intensive item. All right, there we go. I'll be back in a few minutes. right, I have returned. Let's get these wedges trimmed out and ready to go. Okay, so this is the first time that I've actually worked with the waxed canvas, and I gotta say, I'm really liking it. It's like, ugh, buttery would be the best description I would think for it. So like a lot of the other ones, like there's nice to cut and everything like that, but this is just like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe. So. All right. Nice and done. Both pieces. Excellent. Now, one edge of the bag bottom, right sides together. That's it, it's wax canvas. There's no real wrong side. We're going to call this the right side though. Okay, so we line up the bottom edge of the back panel. Okay. And then are we on a construction length? We're on a construction length, and it is a generous amount of seam allowance, which makes sense. Okay, and then let's do the second one as well here. Now, which way? What do I want up? Nope. This way, or bust. Alrighty, so line everything up here. Good. Do it. I want coffee. I'm like, my coffee cup's not even over on that side. Okay. Finger press the bag bottom, but do not top stitch. It's in bold and yellow letters, all caps. Yellow letters. Okay. Finger press the bag bottom down. So I'm going to assume is this way. That's what they intend. So finger press that down because fuck yeah, look at that. And that's usually how I like my canvas to run anyway, because it acts as more of a frame for the Japanese fabric. Go. Okay, like that, right? Oh, it's such a good color with these like colors too. Okay. Now we are so clip the foam stabilizer to the wrong side of the back bottom panel. The foam should be centered and lined up the side edges, stopping a 1/2 inch from both ends. Okay. So we're gonna do it this way then. Actually, it looks like I might actually have this cut correctly. My God, imagine that. Following instructions means that I actually got it cut correctly. It is a little bit long on the one side. Oh, right, and then we're going to top stitch this now, basically. Because then it goes through the foam as well. Okay, we're good. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Sweet. Okay. I'm just going to do a flippy dip right here, Now, it does ask you to, yeah, okay. Trace the cutouts of the bag bottom onto the foam and cut them out. Or just cut them out. Okay. Here's the thing, it's like, because these are both a little bit textured fabric, we're like sitting good to be able to like all right. Baste the foam. Oh, good Lord, they want me to baste it all the way around. I guess that makes sense, but come on. Okay. And then we need to do 2 rows of top stitching. Okay. 0. Baste the foam. Okay. So the foam is actually right there. So we're just going to go in and we will turn this all the way up for speed. I guess it does make sense to do it all the way around because high, then everything is like set incorrectly and you just sew afterwards. It also helps, actually it's compressing the foam down so that hopefully it's not quite as bulky in the seams when I come to actually sew it. I don't know, we literally just cleared this out, but apparently it's just going to insist on cluttering up the neck here. Okay. Turn, pivot again. And then repeat, rinse and repeat on the other side. We don't tack it down on the top or bottom because that's where we've left the seam allowances. So square this back up on this side a little bit. Oh no, actually, yeah, there we go. Oh right, because this is I did leave a little bit of excess here. Well, no, this is where the benefit of like actually just drying and cutting them out would benefit, but you know, we can deal. I can deal. Okay. So what I'm going to do is now, because I want this to run the same direction, so I'm going to stitch it from the foam side, I think. No, no, we're not. We're gonna run it from the opposite direction. Decided. All right, so throw this in here. And off we go. Nope, that stitch is 1 stitch too far. Basting isn't supposed to go too far into the bag. It's just supposed to be on the very edge, like they always call it. There's that scant 1/4 inch. It's basically like as scant 1/8 of an inch as you can get, I think. So basically I'm like just trying to get the needle in fabric, essentially, is what I'm attempting to do right now. Sometimes it takes a bit more maneuvering than like a normal seam allowance, so you know. All right, there we go. Trim down that thread, and then we'll go in and we'll do the same for the coffee one. But this is more or less what it's going to look like on the back now. I can't see my picture, so let's see. Oh, fuck yeah. Look at that. And then it's going to be wedged on the bottom. So that's the back of the bag. Fuck yes. And then the zipper panel is going to go on the front here. Oh my God, look at the color. Look at that color. Look at that color. Oh my God. Oh my God. It looks so good. Oh, and this one too. Holy fuck. Yes. And I'm saying that in a good way. Like, oh my God. Looking so good. Okay. Square up the sides here. There we go. And then flippy dippy. And okay, so the tops are where we want them to be. So what I just saw is we're going to mark them. We're not removing the exterior from the interior. I'm just going to go in and mark. And then basically what they did on the pattern is they just kind of lifted it and trimmed. There, that's better. Square-er. Excellent. And da 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 da. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, good. Good. And then oh man, yeah, I can actually feel myself returning to normal, feeling better. I don't think I'm at 100% yet. That makes sense. That's why we've got an iron supplement. But honest to God. Scout's honor. Whatever. Girl Guide honor. I feel so much better already. Thank God. That was brutal. And like, yeah, I haven't actually felt that bad since, actually, even when my sugars proved to be really high, I didn't feel that bad. I didn't feel like depressed and burnt out. And that is the feeling that I dislike the most. So, because it's just like, you don't feel like doing shit of anything. So. Concentration, apparently. I should have thought of that before I started streaming, but it's all good. There. Yay, there we go. Okay, now my top stitch length is a little bit shorter than my basting stitch length. So we're also going to just kind of, actually no, we're not, because it's wax canvas. Never mind. So one is supposed to be at a fairly small seam allowance, and then the second is supposed to be at a little bit larger seam allowance. So do the close or lesser seam allowance first. Cute. I do love the fact that this is like a very it's a construction that I'm extremely familiar with. With like the kato and everything like that. So it's like extremely straightforward. I love it. Okay, and then we're just gonna scoot down and do another line of stitching. Basically, it's a double top stitch. Looking good, looking good. Holy fuck, holy fuck. I am so pleased with this. And there's been so many people asking for backpacks. So here we are now, doing backpacks. Finally. Fuck yes, that looks so fucking good so far. Oh my god. Alright, let's do the second one. Ugh, there we go. It's like slowly sinking down in my sewing chair, which is not something that gets very comfortable, that stays very comfortable for very long. Yay! Get her done. Get her done. Excellent. All right, so there's the back. I think done as well. Okay, now we got to do assembling the back panel, so the rest of it. Just gonna done. Hello, gamer. I am doing well. Sorry if I ignored that message. I've got my instructions in front of the chat windows right now. Sorry. I'll move it here. I'm doing good. I'm feeling much better. I had to do a bunch of like tests, but it turns out that I had low iron, which would explain a lot of like the burnout that smelled like depression. But and like, yeah, thank God it wasn't. Or at least it's not. I think it's situational. So anyway, I'm here. We're good. What am I doing next? We're working on backpacks today. And my next show is Vibrations out in Victoria, British Columbia. And then the one after that is Knit City in Vancouver in September. So then I'll be back in Calgary in October. All right. The assembled back bottom panel, the prepared flap, straps, and side connectors. Align the angled edge of one side connector with the side of the bag bottom above the cutout. Okay, so this will be here. And it's a very specific measurement up from that from here. So it goes right there. All right, I'm going to grab my snap bin, not snaps, clip bin. Jesus. Okay, so they get, wait. Oh yeah, because I was like, this isn't right, because that's the front panel. But no, it's the back panel. It's just that the back panel is the same fabric as the front panel, and I'm apparently losing my mind a bit. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. Doesn't know. Creativity, I guess. I don't know. Okay, it's not a half. Oh yeah, it's a half inch from the corner, not a half inch from the basting stitch. Excellent. All right, I'm actually gonna throw 2 in each of these because it's a 1.5 inch webbing, and so I think it needs a little bit extra. Now this is not the Polypro that I normally use. This is the nylon, at least I think it's the nylon, but it's seatbelt webbing so that it's a little bit more, it's a little bit softer on the like bidet. The Polypro is fine, but I do find it could be a little bit scratchy, so that's why we're not using it. Okay, I'm gonna do actually we're gonna do all the clip-in for all the stuff on one bag, and then we'll do the clip-in for all of the stuff on the other bag next. Okay. Mark the center at top edge of the back panel. And then make a gap, and that's where we're putting the hanging loop. Okay, I do not have a center panel mark, but we're going to just make it up right now. There it is. And then we have to have it be an inch apart, which is that. And then this is where the hanging loops come in. Hanging loops, hanging loops, hanging loops. Hanging loops, hanging loops, hanging loops. Now, the hanging loop is the Polypro. It's not going to be the nylon, mostly because what I was thinking of is the fact that you'll see the hanging loop the most. And so it's going to end up being, it matches the front webbing that's like the pretty webbing, whereas the side and like the straps are the practical webbing, and so I want them to be more comfortable. However, and because the other portion of this is that the seatbelt strapping only comes in like 2 colors from my supplier, and the Polypro comes in like all the colors, and so we're going to do lots of all the colors. Okay, now feed one strap end through the back. Oh my god, this is going to break my brain again, isn't it? Okay, so now we're going to do the actual straps as well. Okay. Done. So clip. Yes. Feed one strap end through the back of one rectangle ring. Okay. Looping it back and feeding it through the strap adjuster. Okay, I can do that, I think. Okay, looping it back through the strap adjuster. So up and through. Okay, yeah, there we go. It's far easier than the front. Holy shit. Bring the raw edge of the strap to the top edge of the back panel, clipping it in place beside the hanging loop. Repeat with the second strap. So it's supposed to be right here. Now, that's all facing the correct direction. That's all facing the correct direction. We're good so far. Whew. Lucky me. My brain is working for some things today. Okay, we're going to throw in 2 here as well because it is, again, the wider strap. Okay. And then go through here. Go through. That is. Okay, I want to feed it this way. Like this, and then that'll put the, yeah, okay. It's just that then it puts the knobbly end of the strap adjuster sewing on the inside instead of the outside. Okay. There we go. I'm pretty sure the next instructions are baste all your shit down, lady. Okay, yep. Okay, so we'll do this clipping in with the coffee one, and then we'll do all the basting. And then we'll go on to do the rest of it. this needs to be here. In and clipped in here as well, and then on the other side too. Far easier just to measure it up and then pop this in here like that. Okay, good. I was like, did it reach the exterior printed fabric on the other one? And it did, so we're good. All right. Bloop. Excellent. And then we'll mark the center up here very professionally, obviously. Probably should make this a clip mark before I actually put the foam in, but you know, we're all good. We'll get it. Maybe. Hopefully. Yes, there we go. Just need a little bit of tension. Okay. There we go, and then we're going to pop this here and center it right on that mark, because then what happens is we can go in and clip this side here. And this side here. And then we can just go in and do the other strap placements. And then we'll baste everything together, because in this case, having all the straps basted in is going to make my life far easier. There will probably still be swearing, but it'll make life easier for all of us. All right. So yeah, so we want this way, because then the knobbly end goes inside the strap instead of against your skin, I think, right? So if I put this in here, the knobbly end. Yeah, because then it's, yeah, that is the right way. That is the way I want it, at least for me. So the knobbly end into the strap. All right, there we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing over here. So that means that knobbly end is facing towards me through the strap connector. Why do I feel like I am 100% going to need some different colors of like adjusters and snap hooks, more than what I can get through my supplier right now. So, because I'm shopping for hardware here after this. Okay, and then the next question becomes, how long have I been streaming? 220. Okay. Now, we did have a lot of mishaps and a massive learning curve on these, so that makes sense. I'm not upset about that, actually. Okay, so now these are just going to get basted in, so I'm going to crank this back up to my basting stitch. And super close to the edge. Literally just a tack down, no back stitching, etc. Just making sure everything is making contact with something before we go in and sew everything together, basically. Now, the last thing I just realized is I still need to find my actual drawstring channels too, because that's going to be something that we have to put on here, and I don't have that as far as I know. Okay. Base stitch the side connector, and then base stitch this other side connector, and then we'll go on to the other one as well. Cat breed. Okay. So there's that one ready to be. I think the next step is actually sewing it together with the front. So baste all of this down. Oh no, the flap goes next. That's what's next. The flippity flap. Flap, 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 flap is next. Okay, and then I'm going to baste down the side connectors as well because probably do need to do that. Good. What is catching? Oh, there is actually a snag in my table. Okay, well, let's trim that down. So at least, like, yes, it's a nick now, but at least it's not going to, like, snag everything. I'll have to take some, like, sandpaper to that probably, but I'll do that later. All right. There we go. Coffee time, coffee time, coffee time. Hey, there we go. Now I can, like, see everything. Okay, next is not the fronts, the flaps. Flippity flaps. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Place the flap right sides together with the back panel. Okay, so this is going to be right sides together right here, like this. And if you're like, how are you telling what them center is? A ruler and years of experience. Okay, yep, right bang on. Okay, baste this in as well. I'm going to follow the previous basting seam that is here. So in theory, I could actually just do this all at once with the strap connector, so I will remember that next time. But there it is, basted down, and then we're going to do the other one. Next time I'll just make a little snip so that I can see where the center line is here. But there we go. That's still doing pretty good. That one would have been more off center. But on overall, eyeballing it, it was just about right. Okay, actually, let's do it this way, because then I can align it right with the top here, which is what we want to do when we're basting. There we go. Follow the old basting seam that's already here, or at least be with inside that instead of adding another stitch line that we got that'll get covered later. Alrighty, so what's next? Well, let's find out. There is that in basted. Place the top band. Okay, so now the top band was the last piece that got the fleece interversion, I think, right? Okay, so the top band goes across here and helps cover all of this. So that's what this piece is now. All right. So what am I doing? Mark center of each piece. Okay, can do. Oh, of the long band. Place the top band right side together with the back panel. Strap sandwiched in between. Okay. Sandwiched. Okay. And then sew it. All right. And then what are we doing? place, your stitching should be just adjacent to the edge of the foam stabilizer without catching it. So this stabilizer. So I'm going to sew it from this side because hi. May as well follow that if that's what I'm supposed to be basically right against. So maybe. Everything behave yourself. No pulling down. There we go. Now I am going to front and back stitch over top of the flap. That's what we just encountered. And now we're coming to our first strap, which I'm also going to do the same with. Now I think we are also going to come back in and do another stitch line because I 100% fell off of the adjacency thing because my foot. Okay, there's the flap back stitched as well. Well, that was technically a 1/2 inch seam allowance, which is what it's supposed to be, I guess. Okay, let's do that again because it's not straight. Mostly because those straps pulled right there. Okay, there we go. Honestly though, because this is such a high stress area, as much stitching in here as we can stomach is not going to hurt. There we go. That is adjacent to the foam. Excellent. Okay. Press the back panel down with flaps, straps, and flaps, straps, and hanging loops all pointed toward the top band. Tuck the edge of the foam underneath the seam at the back. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. So all of this is supposed to go this way, I think. What are we supposed to do? Okay. Press the back panel down. Yeah, okay, so this is the back panel with the flap, straps, and hanging loop all pointed up. Okay, towards the top band. This way. Tuck the edge of the foam underneath the seam at the back. Lengthen the straps and top stitch the seam. Are these supposed to be this way? And then we're supposed to have like this, I think. I think this is more it. Because then you tuck the foam underneath this and it gets top stitched down. Like that. That feels more correct. And then I would stitch. Yeah, okay, that is correct. And then these get like pointed this way. So the exterior gets pointed up. And then this gets stitched down to the. There we go. I understood the assignment. That did still broke my brain a bit, but not as much. Not as much. Okay. Let's get the other one stitched and then we can do all the top stitching at once again. What am I doing? Oh, right. Band. Top band. Top band. Top band needs to be installed. I still don't have drawstrings channels. Drawstring channels. Drawstring channels. These still need their drawstrings channels. Drawstring channels. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. These still need their drawstring channels, drawstring channels. Apparently I forgot to cut them or something. I don't know what's going on here with that. But I'll get it figured out in a minute. I'm not too worried about it right now. We're also not, this pattern does suggest doing like fabric drawstrings. We're not going to do that, but we are going to do more of a like hoodie, like proper We're not doing the leather drawstrings for these ones. I guess would be the best description. We're going to do the, yeah, I'll show it later. Still like fabric and nice, but it's not going to be stitched by me. Mostly because I don't feel like stitching drawstring channels. All right. I think we're good. Sweet. Okay. We're good. We're good. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. And then this all goes up, and this all goes down. And then, as it suggests, place this through, just like we do with, I don't know what else we stitch this way, but there's something else we stitch this way quite a bit. And it's like, yes, this is how we do it. Kato? Kato, maybe. I don't know. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is we're not putting our foot on the knee lever, and I'm manually placing that seam over top. I'm going to turn to my top stitch length. Then we're just going to go chill. Do the first top stitch. It's supposed to be very close. This is actually more like an edge stitch than a top stitch. And then we'll do the second line of top stitching afterwards. Now I will back stitch this because it is technically a finished line, but then we are chain piecing it by, actually I should have left my needle down, but whatever. What we're going to do is we're going to pull this taut. There we go, and then back stitch this way, or top stitch this way. Basically, it mirrors the top stitching that we've done on the base of this as well. And should tack down that foam underneath that seam here. That is what we really want, because then it's like contained. Yep, good. Okay, I'll just make sure that that's seam allowance from the back is like set all the way across. Get my foot off of there because otherwise I'll start stitching and that would be scary right now. Trim that down just so it's like not in our vision of the bag. Okay. Trim, 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 trim. Yep, that caught that foam very nicely. All right, so there is the back panel complete. Now we're going to do the same on the coffee bag here. Same setup. I'm going to throw this underneath. And then we're going to throw that and do this edge stitch, and then it's going to help hold it so that we end up with a nice clean top stitch as well. They're both technically top stitching, but I would, like I said, I would count this as edge stitching. And then the second line is top stitching. Mostly because this is just so close to the edge. That's the only qualification for this one for me. Oh, that pulled so smoothly. That was extremely satisfying. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Yeah. Okay, and then, oh right, we're supposed to just leave the needle down, 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 because then we can pivot this, and then I'm going to just like do a couple stitches here. 1, 2, so hang cranked, and then that should put us, yeah, that puts us where I want to be for the second line. All right, back stitch it again because still worth it. Okay, and then you just go slow because the machine's a little bit cranky about the foam. Am I surprised? No. Just trying trying to keep it as straight and neat as possible for this, especially for the second line. Because they should, in theory, run parallel. In theory. In practice, you know. Nice and straight as best we can. All right. Good. Stitched. And yeah, that stitches it down to that foam so nicely. Excellent. All right, so there we go. There is the back. Oh my God. It's looking so good. It's massive. Holy shit. I didn't actually realize how large these were. Sometimes it's hard to visualize how large a bag's going to be until it's almost done. This is generous. This is actually more than I anticipated. So that's okay. I'll take it. All right. So that, I think the last thing is we just got to sew the exterior now. Oh, right. It's right here. Fuck. Okay. Assemble. Align the bottom edge of the front zipper panel. Oh, right. Yeah, so now I got to take the front panel that we've already sewn, and it gets sewn to the front here so that we complete the exterior. The exterior. Okay. Sure. What are we doing? Line the bottom edge of the front zipper panel with the remaining raw edge of the bottom panel, and then sew. Okay, so again, we want it to be adjacent to the foam stabilizer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and we're going to sew it from that side because then we're adjacent to the foam stabilizer. What time is it? Ooh, it's 3:30. Okay, so I have a feeling I should be able to get these done before I gotta go pick up my kiddos. We're pretty busy this weekend. Well, okay, that's not exactly a lie. We are busy though. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get a few more things done in the studio. Yeah, I'm not happy with this right now. Like wrapped up in the studio so that I can just like tidy up stuff with the kids around. It's for whatever reason, it's typically easier to tidy than it is to sew with the kids around. And then the other portion of this is that we are actually also going to go out and do some stuff. So I don't know if I'll be on in the evenings. If I am on in the evenings, we'll be doing sewing. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, I'm going to throw another row of stitching over that front bubble. Did I just run out of thread? I better not have just, oh my God, right at the very end, of course. Okay, well, let's wind the next bobbin. At least I got through most of it. Okay. All right, so these are definitely approaching the end of the time spectrum that I typically like. I usually try to keep it around an hour. I did think these were going to take a little bit longer, so they will definitely be a higher cost item, better material, or well, not better, different materials, wax canvas specifically, and like the hardware and stuff like that also obviously cost different amounts. And then the other factor is time, because these take time to make. I still think they're worth it, but yeah, they'll definitely be on the higher end of my price structure. Just because that's how it goes. All right, let's get this one stitched on as well. This front panel for this cat bread, it was definitely cranky. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Now that we're also adding this foam in. Okay, so again, stitching from this side so that I can like, there. Because basically what it's requested is that I stitch adjacent to the foam. Basically then it doesn't end up in these seams on the bottom and stuff like that. So we're just working at it from that side. There's also then absolutely no way that the wax canvas gets damaged by the feed dogs or anything like that. Okay, same thing here. I will backstitch over that front panel webbing that's holding the D-ring. Why, yes, my face is far too close to that. Why do you ask? Okay, there, we're stitched. Ready to go. Okay, now align and sew, then fold the bag bottom down and away from the zipper panel, and again do another top stitch. Okay, this is a nightmare of top stitching. It's also because I'm not in production mode, so it's like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Okay, so that is the correct. Oh my god, she's looking so good though. Okay, tucking the foam. Okay, so fold the bag bottom away from the zipper panel, tucking the foam under the seam again. All right, so same thing as the back. And then we do the edge stitch, and then we do the top stitch again. Okay. Okay, just making sure that that's all pressed away just like it's supposed to be. Okay, and then we're going to turn, and I'm going to just hand roll that a couple times so that we're in the right position. We're going to turn. We are going to backstitch it both directions because that's just what you do. Done. This one. Fuck yeah, looks good. Holy hell, it's looking amazing. Holy hell, it's looking amazing. Doom, doom, doom. Holy hell, it's looking amazing. Looking amazing. Looking amazing. So there is the full exterior, front and back, before we do any other stitching. So I'm going to just wrap on the other one, which we're at the point where now we do the front stitching on it too. Good. That's what I thought. I was like, wait, do we have another step on this one? But no, we're just waiting to do the front stitching. Okay. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to pop it in, do the edge stitch, and then the top stitch. Again, I'm calling it that because what we're doing is first is this really close stitch to the edge, which is typically referred to as an edge stitch, and then doing what I would consider a more traditional top stitch, which is still structural, but honestly more aesthetic for me. In this case, it is more structural because it's helping hold the seam down over the foam, which I am extremely happy to announce I cut correctly. And everything has sewn together correctly so that it's not like getting folded up in the seams. So all my seam allowances and everything like that have come together in the right way. Yay! Okay, and then we're going to turn and hand crank 2 stitches, 1 and 2, and then we're going to turn back around and do what's probably actually more a structural seam, but I would count it as the more traditional top stitch. Okay, go through you go. Come on. Finagle, finagle, finagle. Trying to get it under. There we go. All right. 2 top stitches done. 2 top stitching done. Cool. All right, now bring them right sides together. Excellent. Now we're back to construction length. Shit. So back to construction length seams, and then everything needs to go inside. Everything needs to go inside. Clip along the sides, aligning the seams of the bag bottom. Okay, I see. Yes. So these have to align. Okay. Got it. So along each side. Okay. Clip along the sides, aligning the seams of the bag. And so with a large seam allowance. Stitching back and forth a few times over the side connectors for reinforcement. Can do. Okay. The other thing that having the top stitching there helped with just now is that it's compressed that area, so it's easier to actually get over all of those layers, which is nice. Okay, and I'm also going to do a little bit of back stitching on that transition. And then, yes, 100% over the strap connector because extremely high stress area. Okay, we're going to go back over again because apparently the thread was like, fuck this, I'm out. See you later, needle. We'll do that again here. Okay, probably coming up on the end of this needle's life as part of it because honestly the waxed canvas and stuff is not the easiest on needles, I don't think. And this one was the one that we were using for all the denim for the minis and stuff like that too, I guess. So probably getting dull. No, come on, you want to go through. I know you do. I know you do. Let's do this. Let's get threaded. Come on, come on. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so because I've already backstitched right here, we're just going to blend in from this wax canvas edge. Again, more stitching here, the better, to be honest. And then we're gonna, yeah, what made it mad is the fact that I was like off the thing beforehand. The thing being the webbing before I was like totally through with it, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so align again, and we're going to do a gonna stitch down this bag. Gonna stitch down this bag. Gonna stitch down this bag. I'm gonna throw a clip in this corner just because that's gonna help hold everything. Just gonna help hold everything. So, okay, go. And then we're gonna, because this is the smaller of the two, I'm going to also make sure that we get all these layers that may or may not have gotten missed earlier, apparently. Yay! Like the pocket layer right here. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we're going to make sure that this is all... Oh yeah, we weren't that far off. We're good. But... Alright. Some good extra stitching on that. Excellent. Do we not have... Wait. Okay. Yeah, reinforcement stitching. Good. And then box the corner. And then repeat. and then it's done. Wait, I think I fucked up at the very beginning. I think this lining was supposed to fold down, wasn't it? Yep. That's why it had extra length. Fuck me. Yeah, because otherwise it's just like this free-floating pocket in the middle of the bag. And that's not going to work. Okay, so how do I fix that? Oh, that's tough right now. I can fix it. Anyway. I'll fix it on the cat bag before we sew down the sides. It's looking really fucking good though. I am pleased. It's nice and stable. It's got good padding because of the foam. And it's got like really good body. Like look at that. It's not even seamed on the bottom end. It's got good body, so. I just realized this is a problem right through from the big, like, shit. Because the zipper divider pocket is also, like, involved. All right. Seam ripping time. Shitty. Okay. God damn it. Should have been. See, this is like my brain was obviously not braining when I needed it to brain. Because, of course, the pocket lining needs to actually be facing the other pocket lining, not up. And that would also finish the pocket. Because I was like, yeah, this needs an extra piece. So no, it's going to be too small. Oh, shit. It's going to be too small. Isn't it? It might be okay. But that makes sense of why one piece is, like, infinitesimally larger than the other piece, too. Fuck me. Okay, that's, yeah. Oh, I was doing so good. It was coming together so nicely, too. And now it's like, damn it. Okay, well, I think I can salvage it without too much heartache, maybe. Mostly, I hope I can salvage it without having to take apart the fact that it's on the front of the bag. Shit, I do. Because it's all... No. I think I can make it work. Because basically what we could do is open it up, fold it down, and then top stitch it across this. Okay, that's what we're going to try to do. And then get the cat one fixed. Or the coffee shop one fixed before we stitch it to the front here. Okay, but I want to get this one fixed so that it doesn't go into full timeout, and then I'm like, later. Because we all know that that's what's going to happen otherwise. Okay, well, while I am doing this, how about we take a look at that cut sheet and see what I need for a drawstring casing. Oh. Not that... Oh, yeah, okay. I'm like, not that much. But no, it's 2 pieces of the same amount. Okay, which makes more sense. And... would actually make the correct size of drawstring. God, I'm pissed off. Apparently, I am fairly out of practice today. Woohoo! Okay. And because it's so thick, I also don't want to really just run my seam ripper down because I will catch something because of the cushiness. I'm like 100% sure. So here we go. Almost there. Oh, and it's all like triple top stitched over this fucking, or triple like back stitched over this. Okay, there we go. We're gonna stop there because I just need to access this seam. And I can access that seam from there. And then it doesn't disrupt the webbing on the side as much. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Well, this is not how this was supposed to go today. All good. Apparently new bags are just confusing my brain right now. This is not a skills issue. It's not even really a reading. It might be a little bit of a reading comprehension issue today. It's mostly a I should have sewn these when I first cut them out issue. And also, why didn't my brain ping something? It's not like I haven't been making bags for over a decade. So why? What the fuck, brain? Why didn't you ping the fact that like this should actually fold down? Oh well. Next time, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. Super annoying. Super annoying. What time is it? 3:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4:45. 4. Doom doom. 4:45. Okay, for some reason this one side's coming apart easier, which is good. And then we'll also seam rip the... Okay, so what the next step is I have to release the basting stitch for the top of the bag. Of course, that's why I only needed a basting stitch around the bottom. Fuck. Oh boy. Good thing I have good thing I have a job where stuff can be reversed decently easy. Like, yes, this is more labor intensive, but also the only time I'm really wasting is my own time. I'm not like having to have other people come in and fix a bunch of my mistakes. It's me. I'm fixing my mistakes. Also not fixing someone else's mistakes, which is, honest to God, even more annoying. Okay, so that wasn't even basted down. So what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to do that. Now, do I need to go back in and like fix anything, or can we just take it down? I think we should probably pull the top stitching out, because then I could fold it flatter, and we could definitely like tack it down with that first row of top stitching, and also the whole, we'll have to redo the box as well so that the thing is actually divided. Okay. Take out the top stitch. And that's what we'll have to do on the other one as well. It is a little bit simpler because it's not top stitch. Why I don't want to rip it out from the waxed canvas, because it will leave holes in the waxed canvas. So we're going to attempt to not have to do that. That's why I'm hesitating about how to do it exactly, but I'm pretty sure this should work here. So let's get her done. Why did I not get notifications of all that? Or was I just like in the zone and ignoring it? What the hell? And then it like cleared everything too. Oh, I hope I didn't miss my phone call again. No, we're good. Okay. Alright, let's get this opened up. Let's get this opened up. Open up the seam. Open up the seam. Open up the seam. Open up the seam. Hi, ho, there you. Open up the seam. The seam can open, I promise you. Let's open up the seam so we can, so you open up the seam. Open up the seam. I hold stereo, I open up the seam. Oh, God. Open up the seam. Open up the seam. Open up the seam. Haha. It's like raining very lightly. I'm like, sounds like it's raining outside, and it is. Super light. I couldn't tell if it was like wind or rain. Against the like neighbors have like a backyard greenhouse thing, and yeah, I couldn't tell if it was like wind or rain against the plastic. I did it. Okay. Okay, big stretch. I really need to clean that light fixture out. Like a bunch of little bugs. Okay, so what we're going to do is now we're going to fold it down the way it's supposed to go. This is going to fold back. We're going to top stitch it with the fabric down in the down, or the fabric in the down position. Basically what that does is that it also aligns it better. Taking out the little bit of top stitching aligns it better with the actual the next seam that's like the construction seam that we're going to do. Okay. Come on, stitching, come on, stitching, stitching, stitching. All right, then, so now what it's done is it's pushed it down, and then we're going to stitch this line here. see how we're going to do it, I think. Okay. Because what we don't need is we don't need it to like... Yeah, there we go. I see what we're going to do. I don't want it to like just stop and not have this as well. So what we'll do is... Yeah, I see what we'll do. Or at least I see what I'm going to do, I think. So I'm going to go in here. Add a little bit to this box. Now this is where it's going to be easier on the other bag, the coffee bag. It's because we'll be able to pull this out before we've stitched and top stitched the wax canvas on. Nope, get out of here. Now, the structural one has already been done, so we're just going to ignore that for now. I'm just adding to the box so that this portion of the pocket is complete and we don't have to worry about there just being this random like 1-inch open square on the pocket. Okay, like that and that, because then stuff isn't able to slip through is what I'm getting at here. There we go. And then we can go in and we can stitch it around, up and down again from there. So we're going to blend it with the current stitch line because otherwise that doesn't work. Oops. I'm trying to make this an invisible repair in some ways, I guess. As much as it's not like really a repair. Okay, hand crank is key. Gonna turn. There, and then that's really going to solidify everything back in here again as well, just like I did before. Hand crank it again so that we can align everything correctly across here, just the best we can. And then we're going to stitch down as close as we can, if not all the way, because it is a little bit wider than it probably should have been originally, and that's fine. Don't catch the webbing. Don't catch the webbing. Don't catch the webbing. Don't catch the webbing. Okay, there we go. We're good. Now we've got an actual proper pocket. Now what we're going to do is we're only going to redo one line of stitching. I'm going to redo the top line of top stitching because that's what's going to catch this pocket and finish it. And then there's no raw seam still. It's all contained. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm going to make it... We're at the right stitch length. And then we're just going to blend in with the previous top stitch line as best as we can. Again, like I said, the coffee one will be a little bit easier because we don't already have this complete. Go. Keep the straps out of the way. Straps out of the way. Ding, 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 ding. There we go. Fixed, and then that pocket is stitched there. Fine. Okay. Now we'll go in and finish the construction stitching of it front and back. Actually, I'm going to run upstairs and go to the washroom again, and then we'll come back and finish the construction stitching for this one. And then we'll go in and we'll fix up the front pocket on the coffee one. All right, BRB. All right, I am back. We're going to sew down the sides of this bag now. And then we'll go in and do the repairs or the shift around for the other bag here afterwards. All right. So, good news is that I've already basically stitched it down, so we can just follow the seam allowance again. Or the old seam line. It's not like we have to like establish anything again, so that's good. My machine's like, oh god, again. Yes, go. You can do it. I know you can. The nice thing is that we didn't take out the stitching along the webbing there, so it's all like, this is just extra reinforcement. Oh boy. Am I tired? Yes I am. Again though, not like exhausted like I was a while ago, so that's good. This is more just, this is normal tired. This is not, if I don't nap, I'm not going to see, we're not going to be able to do bedtime with the kids tired. No, I'm no longer there. All right, now we're going to go in and we're going to do the wedging for this one, which I think is at the same seam allowance. Let's see here. Okay, that's the interior. Box one corner by nesting side seams towards the front of the bag. Okay. Okay. Sweet. They both go to the front. All right. Can do. All right, and then the other one as well. Now, the one thing I always do is I also do an extra stitch over the seam because high in the intersection of the seams is a weaker point, and there's going to be quite a bit of stress on the bottom of the bag. All right, let's see how this turned out. At least for this one, I think the exterior. Yeah, oh my goodness. Okay. Worth it. Oh my goodness gracious. She is gorgeous. Oh my goodness. And look at her. Now obviously I'll clean up some of the threads and stuff like that, but oh my god. She's so good. Okay, so and then the idea of this is this clips onto here to hold everything together, and then you can like tighten it down. Okay, I just got goosebumps about like how good this looks. Holy shit. She looks fucking amazing. Okay, and then let's just check. Yeah, those pockets are good. She's huge. I did not actually expect anticipate how large this bag is. Now, I'll be able to do the smaller version with the obi and stuff like that, so that's going to be really good. Where are we at for time? We were 3.5 hours, but we did have to do a lot of unpicking. And then this is also supposed to be like, basically because you're going to end up with like a drawstring and stuff. This isn't finished yet. This should pull out like that and not be quite as tight. Oh, she looks good though. Good heft. Obviously, like very good body. All things considered, I'm pleased so far. All right, let's get the other one prepped to. Ugh. Oh, we did already. Shit, I'd already done all of the steps. Okay, but I don't have to unpick the side seams. I'm gonna do the same strategy with this one as that. We'll go in and unpick the top here, fold it down, stitch it like we did. But like I said, I'm not gonna take any of the stitching out of the wax canvas because that's just not going to work very well. So we'll just do the exact same thing and chalk it up to this is why we test sew things before we whole hog. Especially after the experience with the passport folders this year. Oh, yeah. And then the next thing we'll have to do is we'll have to go in and sew the interior. I think we'll have enough time to at least sew the interiors. And then, well, the smash together will happen probably this weekend while I'm chilling with the kids at some point. As much as I'm going to mostly do tidying, I do want to get some sewing done as well. It is realistically, technically show season, so you know. Okay, don't rip the fabric. Don't rip the fabric. Don't rip the fabric. Don't rip the fabric. Please don't rip. Please don't rip. Please don't rip the fabric. That is not what we wanna do. Please don't rip the fabric. That is not what we want to do. Please don't rip the fabric. That's not what we wanna do. That's not what we wanna do. Don't rip the fabric. Don't rip the fabric. Don't rip the fabric. Working through the top stitching, working through the top stitching. Now, yes, if I were able to actually put the ball down into the top stitching, it'd probably be easier to pick out, but there is not enough room on this one to put the red ball down to open up the top stitching. So the tedious in and out seam ripping is the way to go right now. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it is easier to do it this way. Not always, but sometimes. Okay, I'm really excited to see what these like what Obi will look like in these for backpacks now. I have the plans afoot, for sure. Don't stab myself. Don't stab myself. Hi, over there, yo. Don't stab myself. Don't stab myself. Don't stab myself. Hi, over there, yo. Don't stab myself. Doom, doom, da, doom, 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 doom. Try not to stab myself. No blood today, no blood today. Hi, over there, yo, no blood today. All right, go in for the top stitching again, and then the tack down stitch for the pocket, so that we've got an actual pocket divider, and then stuff and sundries. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, you're all folded the correct direction. Definitely harder to top stitch right now because of the extra weight on the bottom, but we can do it. We are doing it, and we're almost done it too. Yay, look at us go. Okay, there we go. Good, nice clean line. Ooh, this one's gonna be a little bit trickier because it just barely reaches that first line of top stitching, it looks like. Okay. Okay, well, let's do that line first. Yeah, we'll do that line first, and then we'll do the other, the divider line after that. That's what we'll do. Okay. So, make sure that, actually what I can do is I can edge, like stitch in the ditch right here, and that will help create the pocket. Now, stitching in the ditch is a quilt technique, which means basically you go right in that seam line, and it more or less creates an invisible quilt line, essentially. And so that's what we're going to attempt to do here as well. Is it going to catch the most fabric in the world? No. Is it going to still stitch the fabric down? Yes, and the fabric is actually interfaced, and so that should also help with durability. Yep, sweet, and it did actually catch the pocket all the way across. So, there we go. Now we're going to do the same thing as we did on the other one. We're going to still stitch this, a little bit longer seam allowance or seam length than was prescribed for the actual stitching, but again, the structural stitching is done. This is literally just us stitching down for the zipper pocket, which is fine. Go. And then we just have to do the divider line again as well. Okay. Good. now we're going to go in and we're going to stitch up, over and down again, just like we're supposed to. And then everything will be nice and pocket divided. Okay, so lift this. Oh God. Ah, shit. I'm like, wait, there's foam in here. There's not supposed to be foam in here, which means we have picked up a layer we're not supposed to. Like this one, right here. Glad I clued into that right like before we did a lot of stitching. Okay. Back to it. That actually helps because now we're actually at a level where I can do exactly what I need to do. Okay. Up. And across. In. Around. And down. So this is also why I typically do experiment with these bags with cotton. Cotton is more durable than the obi typically, and it helps. Like, I don't know how the obi will react to this, but given that a lot of them are very similar weights and stuff like that, it still gives a very good mock-up of how the bag is going to work in most cases. All cases, no, because even between these two, it's very different fabric. But it will give me a good idea of like maybe some of the trials and tribulations we'll face when we actually do make it from obi or other materials as well. Obviously, I can't predict how I'm gonna fuck it up. Because you can guarantee that this will not be the last time that I do something stupid like that. However, what it does help with is like just in general making a bag and seeing if it works. And I do overall think that it is still going to work. Obviously, a learning curve, mostly a brain fog curve, I think. Yeah, this was not, I don't think this was a focus thing. This was just it was just a mistake thing. I hope. Hope that wasn't mental acuity dropping. But you never know. Who knows? At this point, we're just going to go with, well, we had learning experience of having to seam rip this bag, which, are we surprised? It's a new bag. I'm not surprised. And I don't feel like you guys should be either. Now, one of the things that would actually be good for this might actually be the stiletto or an awl, just to help convince it through, especially with this foam and with the webbing here. But you know what would also be good? Fucking construction length. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to redo that seam at the shorter seam stitch length. See? Exactly. I find all sorts of novel ways to mess up my stitching sometimes. So here we go. But hey, it's like semi-basting stitch. And so we get to do even more front and back stitching for that. There we go. Okay. Still behaved itself very nicely. Snails coming together very nicely. Just the brain some days would be nice if it just cooperated. Oi, oi, oi. All right, let's get this one into, and then we'll do and what's next? Oh yeah, the wedging. And then we can like attempt to look like we've figured out what we're doing for the interior. No, I don't know if we should touch the interior right now. Okay, and then we open up the wedge, and she says put the seams to the front, so we're going to put the seams to the front I trust her judgment as the bag designer. Throw a little bit of a top stitch in over the actual like seam. Juncture, I guess, might be the best description. And then towards the front. To the front, to the front, to the front. Here we go. 3 hours and 40 minutes later, we have 2 exteriors done. Like I said, these definitely push the amount of time I typically do want to put into a bag, but I guess it is a backpack, so it makes sense that it would take longer in some ways. They're looking really good for being the test sews in some ways. Oh, yeah, look at that. Looking so good. Okay. And then same thing here. Snap hook goes there. Check the pockets. Yep, there's the pocket. All nice and divided. Straps are looking fucking amazing. Oh my goodness, she looks so good. All right, so there's the 2 exteriors done. Woohoo! We did it. We did it. Oh. Okay, no, I was like, I thought that I might not have my, wait. Please tell me that that's taking the, okay, that should be better. I think I turned the wrong mic on technically for Zoom shit. Oh, my brains. I'm hungry. Okay, good. It's on the right one for that. All right, so interiors. For this step, you will need both lining panels, J and K. JK. Okay, because, yeah, they're 2 very different sizes. So I think the only thing we're missing is the drawstring channel. I don't know why we're missing the drawstring channel, but apparently we're missing the drawstring channel. So, boom. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Slip pocket panel and 2 small rivets are that tall. Okay. So I'm going to match their height at least. Boom. 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 Okay, where's my measurement sheet? Here it is. Okay. Large lining panel. And small lining panel. Okay, so this is the small lining panel. It's actually too tall by a significant amount. So I will have to trim that down before we, or just not worry about it until we actually like put it in. It's all good. Okay, and then this should be the other interior panel. Basically what it is that, yeah, okay, so that's the width and that's the height, and then this is the height. For this one, what it's going to do is it's going to give you 2 big pockets on the back and blah, 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 blah. Okay. This tall, that wide, right? Okay. Okay. We're going to copy this and then we'll do all the panels at once. No. Yes. Yes. Zoom. Okay. And then out of this one, same height and itty bitty. Like the smallest wedge I have ever cut. Because I think the wedges on the Notions pouches when I did them were even smaller than that. Okay. Tall, wide. There and there. Okay. And actually, I may as well just do all the pieces, and then I don't have to worry about it later. Okay. Tall, wide. And then tall, wide. Tall, width. Height, width. Height, width. Zoop, zoop. Excellent. Okay, now we'll trim all of those down. Okay. Height, width, height, width. Excellent. Height, width. Okay. That was not a good cut up top. So let's just clean that up a bit. There we go. Okay, now we're going to go in pattern piece L. Okay, slip pocket panel. Yep. So we've got 2 here for slip pocket panels, and I'm going to use the pause fast. Okay. Place pattern piece and fold one long edge down, press, fold down again by another, and press. Okay. One long side. Okay, this is a little bit wide, but that's okay. Okay. Right side down. Okay. Fold down again. Fold one edge down. Okay, I understand why she wants to do that, but We're going to do it the same way I do for the kato, which is sew and then top stitch. Okay. And this will square up here. In a moment, do it like that. Go. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to turn it out. Now, she does say to do a fold down, which would look very pretty. So I think what we'll do is we'll still fold it down and add that little detail. But this is an easier finish, to be honest. Cheating! But, like, in a good way. All right. So I'm going to take where we actually put the fold. Typically this is where I would put it down in the kato. This would go towards the base. But in this case, we're going to fold it down and we'll top stitch it by that, like, little bit that she's suggesting. Because I would top stitch this normally anyway. And it'll give it a nice, like, it'll still give it a nice rolled edge, basically, which is actually kind of cute. Maybe. It was, my presser foot is not powerful enough for the job. Oh, God. Okay. There we go. Okay, do the same on the other one. Doing the stripes this way might have been a bold, unwise choice, but you know, whatever. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. There is a lot of fluff, apparently. All right, it must have picked up everything on the cutting table, is what it feels like. But okay. All right, just about time to head out for kiddos. Probably what I'll do is I'll wrap up on this one, and then then I will bid adieu until later. Oh, there we go. That's what I should do, is just, okay. So we'll leave however much is supposed to be the fold over edge above the stitch line, like this. And then we'll fold it over the stitch line, which will still create this super cute little, like, rolled edge. But it won't be as bulky of a seam, basically. I think that's how we do it. Okay, so this is the seam. roll it down a tick. There we go. Like that. And then fold under. So we have this. There we go. Okay. And since we're doing a lot of double top stitching on this bag, I'm also going to double top stitch this. So we're going to run one more as an edge stitch. It'll also provide a little bit of like less lip. I'll finish it nicer. Maybe. Yeah. Good. We'll do the same here. So I will be very glad that I have an industrial because this is going to be like right on that seam. And it's fine. It's a lot of layers to go through. There we go. All right, pockets ready. Very solid. Very, very solid pockets, actually, which is nice. Okay, done. Place the large lining panel right side up. Okay, so small lining panels there. Large lining panel here. This is going to be the pocket up top. Fuck yeah. Okay, and then she wants it 5 inches down. Okay. 5 inches from the top, which on this piece works because it's the correct height in theory. I'll double check that before we sew it down, but I'm pretty sure this is the height that's supposed to be. I think that might actually be a little bit short. It's a tiny bit short. Oh no, it is too tall. Shoot. Okay, so this one does actually need to be trimmed down, or we just take that into consideration with the placement. So it's supposed to be okay. I know how far it's supposed to be down now because it's an extra 1 3/4 inches, and it's supposed to be so 1 3/4 inches. So it's supposed to be. This is 5, and she wants it 6 point. So she wants it 5 down from the normal. I'm 1 3/4 inches too large, so we're going to go with 6 3/4 instead of 5 3/4. That's what we're going to do. There's the first spot we're going to measure it from, like this. The other way probably to do it, to just double check, is it's like we'll square it up on the bottom maybe a bit too. Okay. Boom. Actually, nope. This was better. There we go. 1 3/4 inches, 1 3/4 inches, 1 3/4 inches. There we go. Okay. Stitch in place along the side and bottom edge. Yeah. Sweet. So then once it basted in, I'm just going to go along the bottom here. Bottom here, bottom here. do the same with this one. I think the panel has the same issue of excess height. Let's find out. I think it was the one. Doom. Okay, so it is an inch and a half too tall. So we need 6.5 inch. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I'm so hungry. What the hell? It's like I'm deprived of food right now. Okay. Am I still streaming to YouTube? It's like been suspiciously quiet all day. No, we're still streaming. Wild. Okay. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be able to get the pockets in, and then ooh, that does not look right. So we're going to go with a 6 inch. Because honestly, that gap at the bottom is not big enough to be able to like do all the things we need to do underneath. So let's excellent, like that. And we'll edge stitch this, same as what we did with this one. And obviously we'll trim down all the excess fabric before we like sew the seams. Side seams. Obviously not pocket seams. Having a little bit extra fabric is never the worst thing when sewing these things for pockets, because there is sometimes some like pulling in. All right, create 3 pockets. Okay, how wide are we? Doom. Okay, so we need to be at here, and then 6 inches from there as well. Or 6 inches from the other side, I guess. Okay. Needs to be a little bit of a box created here. Should be about right for how far the pattern calls for it to be apart. So not the little box that the rivet goes in. Rivet. Froggies in the studio. Okay. Here's the other one. All right, pockets created. Now, these will have to be riveted before they go into the bag, so we are going to kind of ignore that. Like, we're just going to finish up the pockets, and then I'm going to head out, and I'll finish these later tonight. I don't know if later tonight is streaming or if I just come down. I think I might come down and listen to my audiobook and try to finish these in some peace and quiet in some ways. I need to come down and finish up the minis and stuff like that too that got left behind. I will be back on to stream in the evenings soon, maybe tomorrow night, since I won't be streaming tomorrow afternoon. think that might be more what we do, actually. Okay, there we go. Pivot. Okay, as much as this like straight fabric could have gone horribly wrong, it actually looks really good. And it could have gone horribly wrong because I could have gotten it very crooked. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible either. So, all right, it does want me to like sew it up. Actually, I guess what I can do then is I want 100% stitch those far too wide. Those are 8-inch pockets instead of, oh well, whatever. All right, in future they will not be that wide. That's right, because the foot is at the 18-inch mark and I'm putting them at the 26-inch mark. Whoops. Oh well. All's well. It's fine. I'm not taking the pockets out for that kind of mistake. But just know in future they will have, it'll be a little bit smaller on the sides. Pop it there. Turn. Hey, at least I'm consistent. So that's the main key most of the time is consistency. My brain. I'm hungry. I think that's it. I think my brain is like, you're toast. This has been too much thinking for how many calories you've put in your body today. Because that is a thing. All right. Good. Good. I am pleased with how these are coming out. What time is it? It's 10 to 5. Okay, well, let's see. So now I'm going to go back down to full construction length. Because I think the next step is actually... Oh, right, we got to rivet next. Shit. And then assemble. Okay, well, then I will chat with y'all later. I hope you have a fantastic day wherever, whenever you are. And watch for me soon, I guess. Bye.